What is going on, everybody? What's up? Oh, I hit my camera. Oh no. Starting off with smashing the camera. What's going on, everybody? Happy Monday. Probably not happy for some people going to work, but I get it. I am just setting up a few things here. Turning down my volume so I can hear myself talk. There we go. And let's see here. As you can see, I got a new camera angle. Figured you can see another perspective. I'm always talking to you, but you never see who's talking to you. And yeah, so decided to throw up another camera. I have my new cool, glad you like it. Yeah. So eventually I'm gonna have 4 camera angles. I have my other camera mount coming in for the close-up shot that I've been telling y'all about. So yeah, left off on the clouds, and yeah. I was trying to figure out how to get the camera angle on my face without having to turn over here, but I figured that you'll see me enough. I think when can you see me? Let me know, can you see my face right now when I turn towards you? Or maybe it's a little bit that's a little better. I had it a little bit too much facing that way. Cool. Figured I'd give you something else to look at, you know. And then I think eventually when I get my camera mount in on the screen, you can see my social media links, and that's gonna be replaced by the close-up shot, like super close-up brush shot. And I'll probably put those on the bottom. I don't know. I don't want the screen to get too busy. But yeah. Okay. So I'm really happy with how these clouds came out. I think I'm just gonna like move on and go to the next thing. Just still setting up some things here. Have to. I have my window open right now. And sometimes the highway noises come through, so let me know if that gets to be too much. I'm just moving my mouse over here next to the microphone because it helps me control my computer. Let's get this song off repeat. And cool. Oh, my camera angle moved again. Stay put. Yeah, just keep bumping into it. What is up? Welcome everybody. For anyone new joining, starting up the stream. Got a new camera angle today. What's going on? You can see me now. I mean, you can see me when I do video game streaming, but I know some of you don't watch my video game streams and you watch my painting stuff more. So, yeah. What else we got? Everything's running. Have we have any skips? Had any skips or in the music or audio or video or anything? Like, have we been good, stable so far? I'm all paranoid now after the last 3 days. Like, Gonna have to like rebuild my trust in the internet connection here. Anyway, let's light the candle. I don't remember to look at this camera when I'm talking to you. I'm gonna be facing this way a lot, but there's really no way I could get the camera in front of me. It was kind of awkward. There's like too much going on over here, and you can see like the cameras that I keep bumping my head on. You know, they're kind of in front of the painting here. Yeah. I just realized like watching my streams, you know, if you like saw them as you were scrolling by them, it kind of looks like nothing's going on, like nothing's moving, unless you see my like hand in front of the painting. So I figured at least you see someone's face or whatever. Everything looks and sounds great. Yes! I've gone through so much frustration over the last couple of days, let me tell you. Alright. So, I got some ideas. Hey, Jacob, what's going on, man? I haven't seen you in a minute. Miss you, bud. How you been? How's your Monday? You animating? Is it Animation Mondays? How's the kitty? How's everything? Thanks, brother. We are moving on to the horizon ground. I don't even like calling it the mid ground. It's still really far away. It's like, this is like the mid ground, I'd say, and then this is like the foreground. But we moving along. This is a commission. Busy bro, busy, and yes, nice dude. I'm glad to hear you're still at it. You know what's funny? I'm so glad you popped in, dude, because yesterday I have an intermission screen on my streams, and basically, by the way, when I turn and face the camera, does it sound alright? Anyway, I have because my mic's over here, but I have an intermission screen on my streams when I like go get a drink and stuff, and I just put Millie Bays on yesterday, so a couple people saw Millie Bays for the first time. It was funny. So I was thinking of you about that, because that was when we were heavy into the flow labs. Your sister, Cass, and mom are coming out to stay with us in June, and I'm so excited. Have all kinds of fun artsy stuff for us to go do. Yes. It sounds good when you face us. Okay, sweet. Thank you. Sounds good when you face us. That sounds like a great time. That's awesome. I'm glad you're all going to get together and have a good time. Yes, Flow Lab is still alive in spirit, brother. We still have all the Instagram accounts and everything too, and the email and the Google account, and the Google Drive, and all that stuff. But yeah, it's if you stick around, you'll see it again. I kept it on today for the video. It's Alta Soap amazing. Dude, I've been in hyper creative mode these days, so like, I'm definitely in the mood to work on something, if you want. If it comes down to it. Small little fun project. Okay. So I'm torn between a couple mountain ideas here. Hey, welcome everyone. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Go to the camera angle. You can see me this time. Well, you're going to see the back of my head a lot, but when I turn to dip the brush, I'll be able to look at you. It's the Bob Ross angle, you know? That's the angle he had. The Flow Lab is still alive. That indeed it is. I'm just Still tweaking things here. How's the lighting on the painting? Seems like it got a little dark on me again. Is that better? Excuse me. I feel like that's a bit better. Even if it's a bit overexposed, I'd rather you see the colors better. I think I was one exposure notch down on my camera. I think now it's where it is. Yeah. Sweet. I've been in the creative mindset too. We can chat about stuff soon if you want. Yes, dude. Hell yeah. Like Sunday through Thursday, I'm like dedicated to like working on shit. So literally scheduling myself creatively. Cool. That's better. I feel like I subtract the amount of things I have to tweak every time I stream. What's everyone doing this fine Monday? Y'all working? Y'all hanging? Everyone off? So I've been deciding. Hey Jason, what's going on, dude? On the YouTube, what's up, bud? Jason just hopped in. Jacob, that's what you gotta do. The schedule's important. Yeah, dude. I've never done that, but I've been doing it recently out of experiment, and I love it. I love how it feels. Working, bro? Always, dude. Nice. What's the new game you got that's going on? It's the new game these days. I have so many freaking art files on my computer from the architect. It's absurd. So many little drawings. Day drinking. Hey, Monday day drinking. Sounds like the good life over there. We're getting to painting here soon, guys. Sorry, I'm just getting some other things going here on the side. I tell you, I've left an hour to prepare, up to an hour and a half to prepare for every stream, and it's like I just can't get everything ready fast enough. Let's see. I'm trying to find his painting. Basically, this is a commission painting I'm doing for a guy, friend of mine. He did a painting for his grandma. He wants me to recreate it. And basically, I just lost the file over here. Trying to find it on my computer. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Come on now. Okay, whatever. I'll find it in a minute. Okay, so basically, what I'm picturing here Oh, hit the camera again. I'm telling you, out of all the things I got down, I still haven't gotten down getting my head out of the way of this damn camera. Gotta get going, bro, but I may join back up soon when I get home. Alright, brother, I appreciate you hopping in for a sec. It's good to hear from you always, man. So, what I'm going to do now is the mountains in the distance. Now, on his painting, his mountains are much lower, or higher, I mean. So I'm going to try to like bring it into, like, they're like this high in the sky, but they're going to be more like this. And the reason is because it's perspective. So basically, he wants a cottage, okay? So I'm trying to have the cottage kind of overlook on a bluff here that's sitting, and then like mountains, you know what I mean? So just trying to get that in my head and imagine that right now. The bluff is actually going to be pretty high. It's going to like almost cut off the horizon here. And I think that should make it look right. I've been thinking about it the last few days. Okay. So, when something is really far away, really has still a lot of the color of the sky in it. So we're gonna still need the blues, and the trees on that hill or mountain are pretty much going to be just a darker shade of that color. So let me see. Also gonna add a little bit of gray. So I'm gonna make the colors here. Again, I just kind of let all the colors dry on my palette and just keep stacking them until the painting's done. And then it like peels off it all in this nice big sheet of latex paint. Works out. So I'm gonna make some gray over here on the side, just gray that I can grab from when I want. And then some whites. A bit more than the black. Now I'm gonna take some of this blue. What is it called? It's called Brilliant Blue. Brilliant. And going to combine it with a bit of that blue. And going to make a little bit of brown just to experiment with it, because just to see. Like, again, I'm teaching myself how to paint here too, so like I don't necessarily have, like, I'm not always 100% confident that like I'm getting the color I'm going for. I have this habit of looking at the chat box as I talk, but now that I have this new camera, I gotta remember to look at it. And then a little bit of black. a little bit. It's like the more black you add to red and yellow, the more like browny color it'll get. And the less you add, the more desert color. And if you want a really desert color like beach sand, then you add a lot more yellow than red. So I've been using this brush right here as a mixing brush, kind of. Just because honestly, the only reason is because once you stack up a lot of paint on this palette, it just makes it impossible to use the mixing knife. It's so distracting streaming. So much going on at the same time. I just noticed that my camera angle could be a little bit better here. Because what's happening is I'm going to talk to you, and then I'm turning away from the camera. Actually, I can look at you like this. I keep hitting my head on this camera when I look at you talking, and I come back and I forget it's there. You know, I'm gonna turn my hat backwards. I think that's the problem. Because the brim of my hat keeps hitting the camera, I think. I think that'll be better. Okay. So, just gonna mix these up here. I'm gonna spiral just in the middle of the black and white. And I'm gonna allow pure white and pure black to be on either side of the grays that get created. Because I've just kind of been developing this style of mixing paint where I like to have a lot of different gradients on the palette. I have this like 3-chamber water bucket here. I really like it because it you get all the majority paint off in the first one, and then the second one is a little bit more, and then by the time you get the third one, it really keeps this pool pretty clean, you know. I'm gonna take these, mix these two up. Again, I'm just gonna leave them in the middle. A little more of this in there. I'm gonna take some gray and mix the gray in. A little more gray. And I'm just putting it up here on the top above my painting. I use this as a testing ground, like this table. It's paint all over this table. I just like to see. I'm pretty much always testing the color before I put it on. Always. Dude, everything looks good. The camera looks good. I want to see you paint. Hell yeah. Well, we'll be painting for 4 hours, brother. Making this brown. And I'm going to experiment on the side here with this blue and put a little bit of brown into it. Just to see. Just curious. That was a bit much. Okay, so it kind of makes it greenish, brownish blue, which is cool. That'll be good for trees, I think. I'm experimenting here. I'm going to put more gray, but grab a little bit of white with it. See that? It's like I grabbed a little bit of gray, a little bit of white, and mix that right here. It's honestly turned it a bit more green than I'd like, But I'm glad I experimented because I didn't know. Still a bit saturated here. The reason you add gray to colors far away is because they're not like super vivid, because they're being affected by all the molecules in the air and the atmosphere and blah blah blah. It's looking a little better. Okay, let's go for a couple mountains here. Something along the lines of that. Okay. I'm gonna switch my brush to a flat edge. Or actually, no, I'm sorry, angled. Like this here. Add water. Always add water to these brushes. Acrylic, you gotta keep it wet. Now, take a little bit more, a little white, actually. I feel like it's a tad bit dark. It's just a tad bit dark. I think that's better. Okay. Get some of these brushes out of the way here. The brushes. The first strike on the canvas of the day always takes the longest. Alright. Something like this. Super far away ones, like here. And I'm only concerned with just blocking it in. Now I'm thinking I should have went with my brighter color, honestly. So I'm gonna add that in. Actually, I'll do the darker one first, and then maybe I can bring some life into it with the difference in the difference in the couple, like two values. You know, you don't want to add too many colors to something far away. If you're going for realistic painting, anyway. So yeah, actually, you know what? I'm realizing I want to layer these mountains a little more. So I'm just kind of wiping a little of the excess paint off here. Gonna add a little bit more white. A little bit more. There we go. That's better. Give it one little peek over there. Something. Improvising. Now a little bit darker of the blue. something. Kind of. Just a little bit higher. And this kind of will just like it's a bit blue. I lost a little bit of my gray in there. The blue got a little bit blue. I'll gray it out a little more here. There we go. Bring this color down. I didn't realize that was looping until just now. Sorry about that. So I've gone and made that a bit too large there in the back. There we go. Just wanted that mountain. I cut it off a little bit earlier. Okay. Cleaning the brush. Gonna continue with this color here. I still think they're a bit dark, but we can fix this. Just gonna get the shape of them. The sun coming in from the window is so bright, kind of messing with me. But I just like it's such a nice day out today. I couldn't not open the window, you know? So I'm just improvising like the peaks here, you know. Happen to make almost the perfect amount of paint. I never do that. I always make a little too much or a little too little. Guess that comes with practice, right? I forgot to get a drink, so I'm gonna have to get a drink here in a minute after my this stage of the mountain dries. I talk so much during live streams that like my mouth gets so dry. All the camera angles running smooth, sweet. Sometimes like one camera angle will freeze, so I gotta keep an eye on it. Okay, now I'm gonna take a little bit of brown to get this like greenish blue. I'm gonna add a little bit of this darker blue again. Tell you, man, mixing colors is a science. Been struggling figuring that stuff out, man. Gray, a little bit more brown. I think. And I'm kind of just like basically, sorry, I'm trying to get my chair comfortable. There's so many wires flying around that I keep rolling them over. So basically just giving the slight indications of trees here. So slight. I'm just kind of, I'm allowing a little bit of them to come over the edge. They're just these, like, I'm allowing the bristles of the brush to like draw these tiny lines. And it's pretty much like dark green blue is the color for the trees. Even that was a bit long. It's probably a little bit hard to see, but you get the point. It's like these just patches of trees running down the mountain. They kind of indicate like, oh, the hill kind of draws out a little bit here, you know? Keeping my brush wet. The details on these like faraway mountains, like it's like you can barely see them when you look in real life. So I'm just drawing like these little tiny lines on the top there. I'll bring it in close here. You can see just a slight indication that there's like trees over the top of that mountain. You know, they're like so tiny. Because I don't think like any edge of a mountain is like truly perfectly lined. If that makes sense. discovered that this little upstroke works really well. So I gotta make more of this color. So dark blue. I always feel like I'm gonna burn my brush on the candle. Probably gonna find a new spot for it. Let's make more of this gray. Bring the gray here. Mix the blue with this blue or something. A little bit of brown. Didn't quite get dark enough. There we go. Found it. Way too much paint on my brush though. The sun's like hitting the lens. That's why it's doing that. Okay, let me see if I can adjust my shades here. Nope, that didn't work. That didn't work. Okay. See if I can just lower them. There we go. Okay. I gotta get myself more painting rags. It's always good to have some painting rags laying around. Wipe off your knives and your brushes and keep things dry when you need them to be dry. Because this is, I'm kind of like, this is like a dry brush technique where like, you don't want too much paint to be on it because then you don't have the little bristles effect happening. Basically, you want your brush to draw these little tiny lines of bristles. Follow right down the edge here. And be sure to go with the curve. Like, curve with the mountain. And to give you a little more insight on exactly how I'm touching the canvas, if I show you like my hand flat here, okay, I'm pushing this way. Kind of doing that. I'm not like this or like this. I'm pushing into it like that, and it just kind of like flicks them in such a way. It's like such the perfect amount of paint. It's hard to get it. Got the little glare happening over here, but you can see the tree things happening. They're kind of looking like trees. I don't know. Maybe. I'm trying to make them look like trees. I don't know if it's working. There we go. And when you're seeing this far away, like you're seeing the trees from this far away, you kind of want to emulate how there's like gaps in them, you know, sometimes, and they don't always necessarily cover the entire land perfectly. I mean, I'm sure that there's places on the planet where there's a perfect sheet of trees, but this mountain isn't going to have a perfect sheet of trees. You don't want to make them too big. It's so tiny. You basically just want to make the mountain look fuzzy, like hairy. It's not like they're so far away. It looks like grass. Trees just look like grass pretty much when they're like a mile out. And then you just increase the size of them. So right here there's like a rock that peeks out on top of the mountain, you know, where the trees couldn't really grow. But this mountain here, this one, I'm not giving trees. That one's like way farther back, you know? We got one person on Twitch, we got one person on YouTube, we got one person on Facebook. This is cool. The days of the future, multi-streaming. Oh man, my brush is prime tree maker right now. So this mountain's eventually going to be cut off by something else. Doesn't have to take up the whole damn screen here. Canvas. Get a couple rows of trees per dab before it dries out. So right here, a little accident happened. You can see how it looks like a bluff now, because like the trees didn't grow on it, and it looks like this kind of like up-facing rock. But like, that's all the context your brain needs to really make that look like a bluff. Like, I wouldn't try to go in there with gray and like bring out the rock, and like I've tried that before, and it just ends up looking like, I don't know, it's weird. It's like everything just looks like it's in the same area or something. It's so, the colors are so weird. I'm still going to school for colors every time I paint. So I made those trees too big there on accident. Just gotta tone it down a little there. So now perspective changes, right? Because here the mountain's starting to wrap around. So here the mountain's facing us directly, like looking right on. So it's gonna the trees are gonna you want to do the shape of everything. Like right here I'm kind of outlining it like this, and then as the rows of trees come down, they start curving more in front of me, and then back to the same pattern. Kind of like an array, you know? If I had a point here and I drew lines out like that, that's kind of how I'm thinking about the trees, following that array pattern. And I just kind of always have these little like lines of perspective. Now, if your brush ends up clumping up into big chunky bristles, I find a little way to get rid of that is just like run your finger down a little bit, like that, and it gets them back to like those individual bristles. Yes, your hand will get paint on it. So I'm gonna do a little outline of. And the thing is too, like, there's an optimal view distance for a painting, right? Like, you're not gonna be like this looking at it. Like, that's not where paintings look good. They look good from a certain distance. So like, always step back from your painting and see if it looks good from that gallery view distance, you know, where people are actually going to look at it from. Because in certain ways, like, paint doesn't really match the detail of like pen and ink and stuff, where it's not worth like going zooming in. It's like, if you did a gigantic painting, I could see that. But a lot of the detail in painting comes out from the bristle strokes. But it's all style and what you want to do, you know. This is just the way I've figured it out. And Yeah, so this is the case where you want minimal water. Minimal. So I'm gonna continue with these trees, and I'm being careful to turn the way that they're pointing too. So like these trees here are kind of. Oh, I messed. I have too much water in my paint here. And a much drier brush. You almost want like a tacky brush. Maybe that'll do it. My strokes were accidentally a little too big here. But what's cool is there's like these little values coming out. The brown. So I just learned something new today. The brown, that when you mix the brown with the dark blue, it like brings out the green in the blue more, which then in turn kind of makes them look more like trees. Because I feel like my brain's picking up on that slight green. And it's crazy. Like you look at this color and you think like that wouldn't be the color of the trees, like the mountains. Like. And as the land comes forward, you take the color of the sky out of it, you know? So right here, trees separate maybe. And I'm just like giving the slight indication of tree layers. Another thing I learned with painting is it always looks really wrong before it looks right. Like the clouds I did yesterday was like, I feel like I redid them all again with a different color gray, and like there were more blue and green, and then I added more black. It made him the right color finally. I couldn't find it though. I was striking out for like a good hour on the colors. Like the clouds were shaped right, but just the color wasn't hitting me right. It was hitting me different. You almost want it to be so tacky that the bristles are like sticking, and that seems to make the right kind of look here. And almost even would be good to let this layer here dry to a specific point where it's like just about dry, and then you get like the optimal tree marks, whatever. So right there I went a little bit too thick, but that's fine. Because it actually just now looks like the trees are just super layered here because the land drops down. So now, you know, I'm learning you can actually use the trees. You can really use the trees to like indicate like dips and valleys in the land, really. But before, you know, I was thinking like, you probably have to do that with like a darker shade of blue or a lighter shade of blue, but the trees are doing that. So I'm kind of feeling like this curves down and then like curves back up the mountain. These trees here. Lets that little bluff stick out, and then these trees kind of pop over the top here. Like, you know, like this part like kind of rolls over. And then it like swoops into a little valley. and then like curves back up here. Oop. That was not a good tree mark. I'm using the tip of the brush here sometimes to get like a desired tree effect that like where it's not like quite working for me. So I'm gonna reset the brush. The bristles get a little wonky. A little wonky. They just get a little too like they start curling and then they stop catching and just drawing little like blobs, rectangle blobs. Might even be worth switching to the other side. Whatever, I'll try it. Little gap there. And maybe, you know, you can have like one of those big chunks missing, like it's like one of those pieces of farmland that they cut out, you know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? Just kind of waiting for my brush to dry. Far below here, it will be covered up. I'm trying to get better with that. I think this thing got like detailing something and then painting over it or again, just cause like I didn't see like where, you know, the foreground was gonna lay out. Yeah, you know, a little chunk over the hill there, you know, you can see that in the distance usually. Glad you guys like the idea. Maybe I still think it'd be too far away to even see the grass cut in it. I want it to look really far. I want this to be like a super like you know, like just like depth of field, bro. Oh yeah, Jason says, nice. I'm glad you guys are on board. Hey, the Jacob is back. What's up, dude? We are now applying hill fuzz to the hill. Or trees. These are actually faraway trees. And these quite didn't quite stick out like they were supposed to. The lighting is weird here. See, I gotta like dodge these cameras. I'm like every time I can't hit my head on them. You can see how my back gets a little weird. I gotta get up every hour for like 5 minutes. That little break helps me though think about what I'm doing. Take a little breather from it. There we go, that's the right color. And then it comes out of the top here. You're a regular Bob Ross. My hair's getting back to that. Maybe I should just throw it up, you know? Oh man. I almost just messed up and wore my good sweatshirt this whole time. I'm so dumb. Hold on a second. I'll worry about that later. It's getting a little warm anyway. I can get the paint out of it. Maybe it'll just become a paint sweatshirt. Oh well. Damn it. Oh, that's not bad. That'll be fine. I get such a rush starting the stream that I like fall behind. I forget to take off my good clothes. Forget to strip down for you guys, you know? Almost done with these trees here. I'm just kind of going back to the ones that didn't really make the cut. Like the brush kind of like dried out and I didn't like get the proper marks right around here. Where were you, man? Were you out to lunch? So it's okay that some of these trees kind of like blob together, because it's just parts where they're really condensed, you know? If anything, you probably don't want them to be so gathered up and whatnot. Just the right amount of paint here. I'm gonna make this pure woods down here though. This is gonna be pure woods. No one built any houses over here yet. We're going super rural. Super rural. Rural. It's a weird word to say. Driving back from Jason's house. Now I'm eating dinner at the Heezy. Nice. Nice. Alright. I'm pretty happy with that. Leave it at that. I have a suspicion that it's still a bit blue. like the mountain should have been a little bit more brown, but I'm just gonna let it play out. I can fix it, I think. I always say I can fix it, but not really sure about that all the time. Cool. My paint's pretty much dry here. We have hit an hour and 15 minutes, so on that note, I am going to take a little 2-minute break, go get my drink that I didn't start with. My mouth is very dry right now. But nah, dude, keep that atmosphere perspective. Yeah, I mean, I can over-exaggerate the haze of the atmosphere. We'll see where it goes. But, you're back, and I'm gonna put on the Crazy Millie Days animation. Y'all ready for this shit? I know Stephanie saw it yesterday, but you're gonna have to see it again. I kind of changed my intermission videos like every other week. Here we go. I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes, guys.
It's Ulta Soap Amazing! Hi, Millie Bays here from Ulta Soap. The easy way to fix, clean, and virtually do anything fast and make it last. Unleash the power of soap on that dirty pasta dish. Simply take an ordinary grater and a bar of Ulta Soap. Shred to your desire and let the magic conspire. For warm water, simply cut it into cubes, put them in an ice tray, freeze it for a while, and get that nice and soapy drink that gives you a smile. Get that unfair advantage in a snowball fight. Huh? Whoa. Even use it for your local vandalization. Tired of wasting thousands of dollars on toilet paper? We'll have some class and wipe that ass with Ulta Soap. Now that's savings. You can even use it to clean up that bad attitude.
Dude, I'm not gonna buy your fucking soap. You're insane, man.
Simply find your source of
My
attitude
face is completely broken. I don't know if I'm gonna be the same.
and let Ulta Soap work its magic.
You eat the fucking soap, you.
Ulta Soap is amazing.
What up, guys? Millie Bays. Oh man, sorry, I forgot to turn on the music for that second intermission screen. I make little mistakes like that all the time. I'm still working on it. Good old Millie Bays. That's some like 3 in the morning Adult Swim shit right there. Jacob, are you still here? In chat? Dude, for all that you were here that just saw that, by the way, Jacob in chat here voice acted that last part. And I want you to know, dude, I probably already told you this, but I remember when I was finishing the animation, it was like 4 in the morning and I was like freaking delirious and like totally overtired. And like, I remember when you sent that to me, dude, like, and I had it all animated and I got it over that part, I laughed so fucking hard, like I was like crying in my room by myself, laughing so hard at that. Like, just I was just like sleep deprived and like stupid, like oh my god, dude, like that was one of those things where I like never laughed that hard in my life. Like, it's not even that funny, but it was just like in that moment of editing it and like seeing it for the first time, and just like the way you voice acted that just killed me, man. LOL at Jacob's voiceover. Yeah, man. That shit messed me up. Like, that was like, I was like, oh my god, I was like wiping my eyes from the tears. I think it was just because it was so stupid, you know? It was just like, I just like cracked up, like gave myself the giggles, you know? Don't mind me eating these Ritz crackers, they're too addicting. So, what I'm seeing here is another landmass that kind of cuts in here. It like cuts in, just barely see the, like almost just probably just cuts this off, almost entirely. Hate to say it. And kind of like when I'm looking at the chat over, I have the chat over here in mine. I'm just like going like this. It's probably better that I put the camera over where the chat is. But I just wanted you guys to see like the setup too from like this angle. I tried like 2 different camera angles, and like the other 2 just kind of just like show like my room and how much of like a mess it is right now and how much stuff I have in it. Ritz crackers and water. That's all you need in life. So yeah, landmass here comes down, kind of comes around like this, and it like, I don't know, somewhere around here. And I'm thinking it's like a river, right? That's my idea. I know we were thinking a lake before, but I'm thinking I want to do a river, where the river kind of curves out from this and then comes into the foreground around this landmass here, and then bluff, big bluff here with the cottage overlooking like I'm thinking like a cottage here overlooking the bluff, right on the bluff, river. It's kind of what I'm going for. We'll see. We'll see if I fuck it all up. I think I want to go super grassy green fields. I think that's what I'm feeling. Even a mountain shops down here. I'm thinking about it. Chill. You know? I feel like you guys are looking at me now. For anyone that's new in the chat, by the way, this is a commission piece. We're on part 2. And basically, it's going to be a cottage with mountains and a sky, obviously. And I'm doing a river. Originally, it was a lake. We changed it to a river. The last painting stream took 11 episodes to finish, so who knows how long this one will take. This part always goes the fastest. And then like this little corner on the foreground takes like 9 hours. I'm just visualizing, guys. I'm just visualizing. We are. I'm actually doing some work listening to you in the background. So peaceful. Hey man, I'm glad it's a peaceful vibe. Honestly, that was one of the business plans going out to this Planet Jokum channel. Was I kind of wanted to just be super chill, you know? Chill kind of music. And nothing too fast paced. Long-term videos, you know, something toss up, throw in the background, like you said. Maybe learn a little something about painting in the meantime. I don't know. Jokum's way of painting, I'll say. I don't come from any education of painting other than like looking stuff up in like art class in high school, to be honest. Like this guy didn't blend all the way over there. Oh well, it still looks fine. Hey Mike, what's up? The guy who just shared the stream. Thank you for the share, by the way. He's the one who's getting this painting. It's his commission. He's doing it for his grandmother that is now passed. But it's a gift to his mom for Mother's Day. He painted it for her. And yeah, trying to recreate it here. I couldn't find the file at the beginning of the stream for some reason. I think I just like put it in somewhere, but maybe on the next break I'll bring it up so you guys can see his painting that he wants me to go by. Art school is overrated, just ask Jacob. I mean, he definitely learned a few things. Like when I watch the way Jacob works and the products he gets out of his programs, it's like you can tell. It's like that's what I'm missing. It's like my stuff looks super homebrewed because like I'm not going by any standard, you know. It's like Jacob does these like professional like perfect graphic design like vector animations that like I just don't know how to do that. It's just definitely it's one of the benefits, you know, like, and just knowing it, the programs better, I'd say. I definitely the hardest part for me is like learning the programs in like not half backward, reverse engineered ways. No, I know it was worth it, but expensive. That's all experience based, I can tell you that for sure. Yeah, oh. For sure. I mean, you gotta put the work in, right? You can have all the knowledge in the world, but if you don't put the work in. All right, so I think I'm gonna make a green. I've decided I'm gonna dive in here. I was just thinking about it still. Thanks, bro. Your shit is great, though. The only thing that matters is consistency, and you're killing it in that category. Hey, man, I appreciate you. I appreciate that. I'm trying to be, I'm trying to be more consistent these days. Be in your faces more, get more out for you. Jacob's watched a lot of tutorials. I can tell you for sure that was 90% of his teaching. Oh, man, good old YouTube. What can't you learn on YouTube these days, huh? You know? So here we go again with me struggling to find the color I want, because I'm just not, you know, there's something I didn't learn in school for you. It's fucking color mixing. Okay, so I still have plenty of green left from the old set. I've had to recently replace a couple paint tubes. I've run out for the first time. These things last a while. You know, it's like you think this would be like too small, but like, it's not. It lasts a really fucking long time. You go through the black and the whites, and the sky colors the most, because they usually just take up a lot of the canvas. But it all depends on your painting. If you do a deep forest that has no sky in it at all and all canopy, then you're gonna use a shit ton of green. So I stand by it today. LinkedIn Learning is the best video tutorials anywhere. Yeah, man. I mean, because you're getting all those people that, you know, now can have their own channel and teach from their house, you know, that, you know, before it probably, you know, would have to have a degree to get into a teaching position to even get that knowledge out there. But now people can just record themselves. And oh, wait, what's the other one? Skillshare? You ever check out Skillshare? That's the one I always hear about. That seems good. That kind of stuff. So what's a grassy green? I have to kind of experiment here. I don't really know how to just make like a grassy green. So this is like, okay, so that's cool. They give you like the blue green, they give you the blue green, and they give you the green blue, and then they give you like the straight green and the straight blue. So to add more layer in here, I think I want to make. This is definitely the grassy green. It's called emerald green. But I want to make another very thin sliver of land. And then this piece of land. And this very thin sliver of land needs to be more blue than the next one. But not that blue. So I don't even know what this green is gonna do with like the blue in it. I'm just gonna mess around with it here. Maybe the disadvantage to having like all the colors on the palette still is like the fact that maybe it's like messing with my eyes a little bit. So put some in the corner here. It's really dark. So I'm definitely gonna have to brighten it up. I don't know. What does this color even turn into when you put white into it? That's what I gotta know first. Because white almost like it like activates like the colors sometimes. Because like things like purple and like red are like super powerful and they like super rich. The good old mixing brush. Even though there's no such thing, I just call it a mix. Okay, so I figured that was what's gonna happen. So it's pretty much aqua green. I don't want aqua green. So I think I'm just gonna waste all that paint and flatten it out. I don't want aqua green. But I think I can use the darkness of that slightly. Alright. So I guess I'll try gray, emerald green, and I'm going to steal a little bit of this blue over here because it's still wet. And guess we'll see what we'll get with that. Probably going to need a little bit more. Maybe that was a bit much. Here I go, making too much again. I'm just not sure how much, like, I don't really plan my paintings out that much. This has probably been the most planned because of the commission thing. Okay. Just grab all that. Grayed out. Still very green, you know? It's just dull green. And take some of this blue here. Mix that in with it. Test that out up here above the canvas. Yeah. Yeah, you know, kind of looks alright. We'll see what happens though. Probably about to just fuck it all up. No, but I gotta remember the color. So I used emerald green, gray, and then like blue green mixed with the brilliant blue. So there's like a lot going on there. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. If you're on Twitch, ask the 8-ball a question. You can type exclamation point 8-ball, followed by a space, and then you can type any question. And it's supposedly a robot that I programmed will give you a random answer. Because that's what it is at Twitch. It's all about like this fun stuff in chat. That people can like do all these random things that I can't use all of them yet. I need to get 50 followers on Twitch first before I become an affiliate, and then that allows me to do extra fun things. So if you haven't followed me on Twitch, go follow me on Twitch. Hey, what a great plug that was, huh? That wasn't leading up to that, honestly. I improvise everything I say too. That's probably why I drop a lot of F-bombs. They just fall out, you know? This isn't a kids painting channel. No, I should make it for our kids though. More audience, right? Nah, I don't even want to touch that, honestly. YouTube got all weird with the kids. And like super strict, and I don't even want to like even say that anything is made for kids, because I just feel like they shove you down in the algorithm. So no thanks. It's not made for kids. It's not. Deciding the shape of this landmass right now. That's why I'm talking. Welcome. It's been cool to see all 3 platforms. We have viewers on all 3 platforms for the first time. Like at the same time, I mean. Welcome, welcome. Part 2 of this painting. All live sessions are restored too, so if you missed one, you can go back on any of the pages and just watch it back. Simple as that. Fix something over here on my computer. So actually, before I move on to the next landmass, I'm going to take my flat brush here, which is like the smaller version of the one I was using before, and slightly highlight some of these little trees here, just barely. A little bit brighter, actually. It just, the mountain didn't seem like to have any daylight on it, you know? To me. It's just on little edges of it, really. Just on the edge, here and there. Just a slightly brighter blue. Just brings a little magic. A little magic in depth, you know? Never hurt anybody. Using the same exact brush technique as I did with, that was a mess up, with the bigger one. It's not working as good though because these bristles are longer and softer. This also allows me to just slightly indicate a little bit more of the land. Just a little. Oh, see that? I got carried away there. Got carried away. You know, this ain't necessarily completely just, this isn't like just indicating light on the trees. It's also kind of indicating, you know, slightly different colored trees that are in different stages of their life. And it just gives it a little more depth. I barely added much to it. Just kind of picking different spots. I'm really putting the tiniest amount of paint on my brush. It's like really super dry. The details are kind of hazy. Got to keep them hazy. The furry hill. And especially over here, now that I'm seeing it, kind of happened on accident, where there's just like a big patch of woods, so I can kind of now have fun with just like changing a little patches of trees here and there, and maybe like something like that. It's looking. There's one more up here. One more up here. Something like that. Something. I also kind of messed up. I just realized I didn't like, there was like a blotch of paint over here I didn't like fix. It was like square. It was like a perfect line. Which this is actually kind of indicating the slightest indication of indications within indications of trees. There we go. The lights are giving a glare on it. So I'm trying to remember also, with everything in this painting, that the sun is coming this way. You can see how it's hitting the clouds. So I gotta keep everything true to that, basically. That's why I was putting all, you know, highlights hitting that way. But you know, the light of the sun's kind of omnidirectional on these mountains. It's not, you don't want to make it too like flashlight unless it's like a sunset. I feel like this is like just midday, beautiful day vibes, you know, super nice like spring, maybe fall. I'm not sure what the season is yet. I guess that's something I haven't decided if it's fall or summer, or somewhere in between. Fall or spring or somewhere in between, I mean. I think I want to add more brown to the screen. I'm gonna get a different brush. This one's too small. Gotta get the one that's doubled in size right here. And let's just see what happens, eh? Super thick amount of paint. Start in the center here. Oh, it seems like my music volume dropped a bit. Huh. Anyway. Already? To me, this isn't bright enough. It's too dark. Just gonna add some white to the situation before I go too far. I'll roll with that. I honestly, I'm not even sure if it's the right color. I'm still putting a little directional curve into the paint strokes, pretending that a little bit of shape of the land there. Tad bit higher. Something like that. That's it, really. These layers of land far in the distance are really thin, usually. I don't want to get too crazy. Okay, I'll leave it there. All right. Kind of getting a little bit darker of a shade over here. Just this, again, add a little bit of depth and value to the land where it's curving slightly. Indicate like this is a hill, you know, that's a hill. That's a hill. But not too much detail. Little chunk of paint got in there. Just getting that out. I like to keep it as flat as possible. That's just like a style, I guess. I like the way it looks. A lot of people go like super textured with paint. But I kind of like... I love the way digital drawing looks so much that I try to emulate that kind of on canvas. Which is kind of funny because it started the other way around, right? I gotta remember to have good posture. So actually, I just realized something. I think I have to do the river first before this piece of land. Hey, what up, Oz? Thank you for the like, my friend. Appreciate you guys joining, hanging out. For anyone new here, this is part 2 of the Cottage Commission, I'm calling it. Rolls off the tongue nice. But yeah, moving along here. Just taking my time, making sure I make the right moves. Trying to get these green hills right. I'm thinking I actually have to do the river first. Because if the river curves this way, then I have to be cutting that off with the next layer. Because technically the river is in front of this one, but behind this one, so it's technically the next layer, yeah. Okay. Before this green dries, I'm going to do a little experiment. I'm going to bring some white into it, look at it a little bit brighter, get a slighter brighter version, and just put a little highlight on the top of these hills here before it dries up. I'd say a good rule of thumb is to increase the amount of colors you're using per layer in the drawing coming towards you from the background. So like first layer, besides the sky, because the sky is a different thing, but like I mean like, you know, first layer, almost one color, right? Then second layer, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and, you know, and then once you're at the foreground, you can do 1,000. 1,000. This might be too bright. No, it's okay. And things that are farther away, you want them to be blended more than normal. Not sharp. But again, I'm just learning myself here. Just giving the slightest texture to these hills here with this white. Oops. The brush is so dry right now, I'm barely... This is going to be painted over here on the right. I don't even need to work on that. Just making them look round. There's like these slight little curved textures I'm putting on it. There we go. Okay, so we're hitting the next hour mark here. I'm gonna take another 2-minute leg stretcher. My paint's about dry for this section here in the hill. When I come back, I need to make a tree color for here, and then a river color, and keep moving along basically. And the river color is pretty much gonna be sky color. Rivers. I have trouble with water with paint still. I've shied away, but I'm gonna try again today. But yeah, we gotta put the trees on this little piece of land, the shore, and then maybe some rocks or something, or like just a slight. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Everything's coming out relatively the way I wanted it to, though. But please stick around. I'll be right back. Alright. Let's get back to it. Glad you're all still here. Now for the tree color. So I think we're finally going to start crossing into much more brown territory here than blue. But I think it's still going to be a little bit of this blue. So I'm just going to go ahead and make the brown right over the top of this, like, still kind of slightly wet blue. And see what we can get. I'm making way too much paint right now, probably. Again, where do I put my yellow? Did it fall on the ground? Okay. It's gonna be more yellow than red. More yellow than red. And then of course, black. And the trusty mixing brush. I have a new idea I'm going to try right now with the mixing brush. I don't know if it's going to work. I'm going to grab all these like leftover blues and just mix them in there. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so if you want less clay brown, like red clay in the ground, add more yellow. Every time I mix paint, I'm like, is it gonna... Was that the right colors? I don't know. Everyone says use a color wheel. I probably should use a color wheel, huh? Probably like save me time. I feel like I'd start thinking about it too much though. If I use the color wheel. Maybe not. Maybe that's the whole point of the color wheel, so that you're not thinking about it too much. All right. Now. I feel like I gotta add like a really light gray. Extreme light gray. I'm trying to get this like super dulled out, like light brown, but with blue in it. So that's actually kind of close to what I was looking for. Just needs a little bit more blue. I'm just gonna put like a little, just like dab it, and then the other blue too. That should be enough. It's like barely. A little more brown, a little more brown. Something like that. just noticed something going on here. Just fixing it up. Okay. So. Gonna do a little experiment off the side of the canvas before I actually put the trees here. They're lacking maybe a little bit of blue. Seems to be the darker blue that really makes it work. That's too much. Gotta wash it off now. I'm probably gonna have to empty the water here and get new water. Kind of just messed it up. I guess that's the color. Not really. I guess that'll work. Gotta peace out, but good luck on the painting. Hey man, thanks so much for chilling, dude. I appreciate you. It's good to hear from you. You have a good rest of your Monday night, man. Alright, so I've decided on my tree color. I think this will be fine, I think. So basically I'm like tripling the size of the trees that were on this mountain here behind. Thanks, brother. You too, brother. Take care. And we're gonna think of the base. This is the base color of the trees. It's not. These trees are gonna be two colors. I'm probably gonna add white. I'm just doing a little. I'm honestly experimenting with how to get these looking right now. They're a little bit closer, so you're gonna bring a little more detail out of them. Different sized ones, different kinds. Like I'm doing like a pine tree kind, and then like a big maple tree kind in my head. It's honestly, it's had dark. This color. Just adding some white. It's like I'm adding the water, the color of the water to the paint now. I'm gonna have to go empty out my paint. My water bucket here, really quick. I'm gonna be right back. This ain't a break, I'm just gonna turn out the water bucket. Alright, fresh water. Fresh water, fresh Ritz cracker. There we go. The brighter color I picked is actually the more the base color I'm looking for. So I'm just going to go right over these. Actually, now that I'm putting this color over this one, it's like looking pretty nice. Maybe some little bushes, not as quite tall as trees, are right here. Beginning to think this ain't the right brush. But I'm gonna continue now that I have too many trees up to stay true to the stroke. Because then things start looking too inconsistent. No, I don't need to decorate this all the way across because it's going to be cut off like here, and it's going to be cut off here. That's all we're working with. I'm trying to minimize spinning my wheels. Like I said, I'm like tripling the size of the trees from the ground before, so I don't want to make them too big. Be careful not to let the height of the trees exceed the actual size of them over the top of this land here. That's like a monstrous like that one I just made is like a monstrous tree. Believe it or not. Like I should we'll let that one be the big great white oak in the back. That one was a tad bit too big there. Kevin, hey, what's up, bud? Welcome to the stream. I appreciate that, man. Those clouds, struggled on those clouds for a good hour on the last stream, let me tell you. I'm going for that super crystal clear day. Kind of making up little trees. Welcome anyone new here. We're working on part 2 of the Cottage Commission. Cabbage Commission. Nope, we are not putting a giant cabbage. We are putting a cottage. The Cabbage Commission. So I realize what I'm doing here wrong is I'm making them look like 2 individual trees. I gotta like make them clump together more a little bit. So we're not that close yet. I can't see that much detail yet. There's gotta be kind of a mass of trees still. Watercolor changes with light. Watercolor changes with light, time of day, clouds. Yeah, the watercolor definitely changes with light, no doubt. I'm not sure I understand what you said on the last part. Seems like a typo. trees come down the side of the hill here. So I'm trying to think here how the river is going to attach to the side of this. Kind of tweaking the first color of these trees. They are going to get a slight highlight on the top of them. I'm going a little bit farther than I think I need to here, just in case I need a little bit more. Hey, appreciate that. What's up, Meme? I'm feeling good about those clouds too. I think it's some of the best clouds I think I've ever done personally. I feel like I always strike out on the clouds, to be honest. So I'm going to take a little bit of white. Make a brighter version of this color that I'm using for the trees. That should be sufficiently brighter. Oh, it's time for another cracker. Now, I'm just gonna do a slight highlight. Huh. A bug was just crawling out, you see that? Get out of here, man. Where'd you come from? My brush was a little bit wet there. I think it's finally, now it has the right amount of paint on it. Just putting these little highlights on these trees here. A little more definition that way. Being careful not to cover up every bit of the base color. It's more the tops of them. Also trying not to outline too many individual trees as well. They're still kind of blobbed together at this distance. I've been really trying to train myself to not put too much detail in the background. Way too much paint. I find the best effects come from like minimal amounts of paint. Like barely any on your brush. It's like there's not many cases unless you're like completely covering something and or like the foreground that you're like have super amounts of paint on your brush. For the way I'm trying to make it look anyway. I know there's different styles. Something like that. This top of these trees got a little bit weird over here. Just the tops. I think I got a little over the top here. On top, I'm just gonna go back with the base color and cover it back up there. Now, just on a couple, I'm taking my small detail brush, wherever it is, here it is. I'm going to draw a couple tree trunks. They're just ever so slightly visible. With this darker green here. You really only draw it at the bottom of them. On the biggest trees. Kind of attaches them to the ground. They're just these super really thin tiny lines that I'm putting on there. I don't even know if you guys can see them. Just the slightest indication of tree trunks. This is a grove of big trees here. Another one here. Maybe that one. One there. Just very little, tiny little details here, but I feel like when they're properly placed, it goes a long way. The reason why I just do the trunks at the bottom is because it's really the thickest part of the tree, and then the leaves cover it, you know? And from this far away, the trunk is the only thing. At the very bottom, is the only thing I see showing. Like when I stand on bluffs in my life and look out into the trees, when I'm thinking about scenes like this, can really only see. And then of course there's the translation to a canvas where like your eyes can see way more detail than you really need to bother putting on the canvas, I think. So I'll bring it a little close up here so you can see. Just those slight little tree trunks there. Okay. That's about it. Don't want to add too many. I'm deciding if there needs to be any more trees. I think that's plenty. Way more than enough. So I think there needs to be like a riverbank kind of deal going on before the water, like a very thin riverbank, so the water is just right out up to the green. I'm thinking. I think. Thinking this will be the right brush for it. This turquoise is finally dry over here, I think. Or aqua green, whatever it's called. I think the river starts like here. That's where it's gonna start. Hey, Auntie June, what's up? What's going on? Thanks so much for the like. Appreciate it. And the follow, the like. Going to change something over here for a second. I gotta make gray brown again. But it has to be like I think more sandy, more beach sand looking. Where's my yellow? Welcome anyone who joined. About to add a little shore here. Having a river coming around the bend here. Definitely added too much black, so I'm just going to separate it from it over here. Need more yellow. Even more. Even a little more. There we go. Now the white should take it the rest of the way, I believe. I have this gigantic tub of white paint that I've been dying to open just to see what it looks like. So, finally gonna happen. Or it's huge, look at it. Compared to like this tube. Testing the color. You know what's funny? Something I never use is a fan brush. I don't know why. Guess we can try it. Not quite the color, to be honest. I just don't think it has enough dullness in it. So I'm making some gray. I'm gonna switch my brush. I don't really like the fan brush for that. I haven't found a use for it yet. So this has to come down at a little bit of an angle here. And I could fix it with the river. And everything kind of sort of has like a separation to it, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna add this like little thin line. It'll indicate kind of like a little dip in like the land. Mix this black over to here. This looks so great. I love the colors. Thank you so much, Steph. And thanks for still hanging out. Man, can't believe how much you hang out with me on my streams. It's like you're putting the 25 hours a week in with me. So just a slight indication that like the ground dips down, like there's a little bit of earth, you know, that like you can see cut out, and then it drops down to like the beach. So I'm kind of picturing it. There's like these little lines indicating here. It's like exposed earth. It might have been a little dark, but it's looking somewhat what I was hoping for. Don't want it to be like a line. I'm not trying to make like a line, it's just like kind of a little separation. Maybe there's a little, like, you know, curves back a little bit. It's not going to be a perfect line, right? Like the river's been eroding it in different ways for many years. Wherever this place is, and this place we're making up. It's where Mike's grandma is right now. In heaven. Basically the story behind this painting. It's for my buddy's grandma, which she is now passed. And he painted like her resting place and wanted me to recreate it. So he gave me his reference painting, and this is what we're working on. What's up, Mike? I'm glad you're still watching, bud. You're the man. Trying to make it a nice, beautiful day that she's experiencing right now. In this snapshot of her eternal existence in the afterlife, wherever she may be. However you view it. Maybe the land drops a little more here. This is beyond my wildest man. Well, I'm so glad you like it. I've never done a commission for such a reason, like a meaningful reason. So I'm glad you like it, man. We're just making this little cutout of the earth here. Yeah. Not much detail, just a little more each 100 yards we get closer. You know, I could even like put a fence here in the grass, you know, if there's someone's like property over here, but I want to make this a little more rural. I don't want there to be too many houses around. You know, this is private land that Grandma's on right now. You know, she's got herself some good mountainous private land. With a cottage. Private land with a cottage. It's freaking brilliant, dude. Thanks, man. I hope I don't fuck up the foreground. I'm looking forward to that cottage, drawing that cottage. That's gonna be a challenge. But I have the idea, pretty much, what I'm gonna do. It's like if you took your painting and like, if you like took the camera that took the picture of your painting and like panned it to the left a little bit so you could like see a little bit more of that bluff. That's kind of like where I'm going with it. Still not in love with the color I chose for these trees, honestly. I feel like they came out like fall trees or some shit. They were supposed to be like blue because of the atmosphere. I don't know. Might have to fix them. Alright. We'll see if the first cottage fits. I had a little white straggling over here on the side of my palette. I'm going to take advantage of that before it dries, and I'm going to make this kind of beach sand color I made into much brighter colors. This is all going to be cut off here on the side, and same here, kind of. Yeah, don't worry, trying to force anything. Nah, man. I guess that's what I meant, like, you know, if it calls for it, it's not being forced, right? So I'm just putting lighter sand right where the water is gonna hit. Just kind of like where it's like. And I'm just putting the paint on there and I'm wiping it in immediately with my finger. And that's just one way I get like blend effects without having to get too crazy with like the water and shit. But I guess I need some water now. There we go. Dry it a bit fast there on me. Enjoy a bit fast there. Didn't it now? Still very minimal detail way over here. On that note, I've reached my next back break because of the awkward way I have to sit here. But we'll be back in like 5 minutes. Please hang out. We are still going to be streaming for another like 35 minutes or so. So yeah, thanks so much for hanging out so far, and I'm gonna shoot you over to an intermission video. We'll be right back. We are back. Thank you all for sticking around. Really appreciate it. Got about a half an hour left here. Going to probably place in the river. We'll see. So. So I want this to be a slow moving river, I think, so it's nice and reflective and makes it really hard and difficult for myself. This is my my sponge, my sea sponge. Fell out of the drawer here. I don't think I'm done with the shore here, is what I'm thinking. So I'm gonna get the detail brush. I just needs a couple rocks and things. A couple little different objects. I think I'm gonna make a little more black and white over here. Get some gray for me to use. Almost running out of white. This is a big old tube of white. Takes a while to go through one of those. It's a good thing, it means I've been painting. Okay, let's see. Trying to add more tones than there was in the background. Maybe there's just a few little, you know. Just barely, like some rocks. Something like that. Maybe this is like the rocky part. Maybe there's a big rock here that's like overlapping the way you drop down to the beach there. And it's really tiny, but you can see like on that shore. I got the close-up camera coming in tomorrow. Well, the close-up camera mount coming in tomorrow. I'm excited about that. I'm hoping that I can get that set up before the stream starts at 5. But if not, we will continue the setup I have now. I do like this camera angle that I added. putting a tiny highlight on those rocks I just put there. And this is a rural area, right? So this ain't like a super nice cleaned up beach where it's like all the rocks are gone, and I feel like this was an untouched riverbed shore thing. Not a bed. River shore. Riverbank. That's what I'm trying to say. River shore, riverbank, whatever the hell. Oh, you guess river shore is the same thing, right? No, bank is where it bends. I don't know. I'm digging myself a hole here. And the amount of work just increases as we come closer and closer to the foreground. As you can see, we are already at this amount of detail. And we've just reached the midground. That rock looks like exactly the same. I gotta change that. A couple random little tiny dots there here and there always helps to bring a little bit of realism, because you know, it's just like there's just ground stuff. There's always ground stuff everywhere, and when you're looking from that far away, you don't even need to really think about it too much, whether it's like a rock or a stick or a log or you know, it's like a hole. It's like maybe just think more about placement, you know? Not so much about like exactly what it is. And you know, like over here, it's so rocky on the shore, you can't really tell the difference between some rocks, and that's okay. Looking nice and rocky. So as I look at this, I realize that the branches of the trees are actually going to be a little more visible than I intended. But not much. It's just more like you're gonna see almost all of the trunks rather than only some of them. this massive land came like 200 yards closer in my brain for some reason. A couple football fields. Sometimes it just works out that way. You're going for like a certain perspective and it just doesn't quite happen. But it happened enough is the way I'll put it. There's just something lacking in the trees. It just didn't look done, too. That's why I'm going back to them. That's what it was. I need these like super watered down, extremely thin lines. That's what's making them look better. It's so weird. It's like the color I'm using on the palette. It looks green, like dark green, but and I put it on the canvas. It looks brown. Hey, what's up, Mariah? It's been a minute since I seen you in the chat. It looks like just like a photo. Well, that's good. That's good to know. It means I'm improving. Yay! Thank you. That's a huge compliment. Hopefully, I can make the rest look just like a photo. I've gotten a lot of feedback on the cloud, so I guess I did something right on them. Notes taken. Taking a lot of notes on how I've figured these clouds out around this time. I'm struggling with colors again today on these trees and this shore, and not finding quite like I'm rolling with it right now, but like they're not everything over here isn't quite exactly the right color. I don't know why. I haven't figured it out yet. I'm probably not gonna figure it out tonight. I'm probably gonna figure it out between today right now and like tomorrow's stream, from like walking by it and thinking about it in the morning and shit when I have my coffee. The thing is though, is I hold myself back from making those assertions because a lot of the times it just has to do with not drawing in like what's next yet, which makes it look right sometimes. So there's that, you know. There's one more cracker. One more rich cracker. I can tell ya. Ritz Crackers figured it out. Oops. The cracker was so good I bashed my head into the camera. Coming back with the base color of the tree because a couple of the tree trunks got a little out of hand. So I'm just gonna redo them while I still have the other color that I made here. I'm trying to finish this part because these colors would be really hard to recreate. I had a hard time finding them to begin with. It's like a dark aqua blue green. Well, aqua green is blue green, but it's weird. It's translating like It's translating like trees that have like. See, I don't know. I gotta add the foreground. I don't know. See, that's the case. I went a little out of hand there. I gotta come back with the tree color. Okay, so those are just completely missing branches over there. I keep saying branches, but I'm really drawing like the tree trunks. I feel like because these trees are like coming down to the shore. Okay, I see it. Alright, they're starting to look kind of, hopefully, somewhat the way they should. I feel like this one in the front here is gonna, you could see like one of its giant branches. I actually drew these trees slightly too big, and that's what brought this chunk of land closer. But it's okay. We'll work through it, figure it out. And because that happened, it required to have a little bit more detail on these trees than normal. Oh, look close here. I have my camera on auto, set on a focus right now, so it's not like auto changing like it normally will, but you can kind of see like the rocky shore and the slight little branch and trunk indications on the trees on the hill. You know what I mean? And add more water here and just the water is the key. Yeah, I guess they all need it. Alright, I gotta fix this tree now with the other color. Just redraw. It's almost like the trees are just way too big. I wonder if I can just make them smaller with like just adding more trunks to imply that like that's not one tree. That's like three, you know? Alright, I'm gonna go back to the rocks on the shore before my gray over here dries. And I'm grabbing a little bit of that sand color and burying the rocks so that they're part of the sand. They're not like just plopped on top, Salvador Dali style. Fixing up the land a little bit where it like fell off onto the beach. Adding some light. I couldn't see. There was like a glare happening. Couple little branches missing over on the left over here. I feel like it's gonna be a little darker or something. Just throw a little black over here. See what happens. Just a little bit. Excuse me. I'm not gonna mix it with the detail brush because detail brushes die very fast. They have a very short lifespan. Cause it's like 7 bristles on them. See, I end up leaning on this armrest the whole time I paint. It's like, it's a weird angle. It's a bit chunky. Bit too much paint. It's because I'm not using water. Detail brush makes your life a little easier if you like water down the detail paint. Not too much, but just enough so it's like acting more like ink. I'm trying to draw all these lines in different directions and stuff. Oh. Add too many. And just the ones in the front here we're missing a little. And that's it, pretty much. Again, this is all, a lot of this, not all, but might be cut off like this. Like that. Like picture, I don't really have anything to, There we go, I can use this board. It's gonna like cut off like that, kinda. Kinda like that. For the next layer. Yep, so I don't even need to do anything over here anymore. Something like that. That's actually a nice tool. I'll use that. Well, I'm happy with the stems on the trees. Stems, branches, trunks. I can't say the same word twice for the same object. Okay. And maybe right before it dries, I'll take that tree highlight color again I had and just like cover some of these branches slightly, and it'll just add a little teensy bit of depth. I know we are over time right now, but that's okay. When we're having fun, we can add a couple more minutes, right? It's right here, just gonna tap a little in there. Too much paint on my brush still. Because what happened was these tree trunks all started looking a little like the same, if you know what I mean. In the sense that the leaves weren't covering them, so. Kind of refreshing the little tree highlights on top of them. It's almost like, do I have any white anywhere that's not dry? I don't. That's fine. I'll just keep using this color. I'll use my right hand so I don't have to lean on the armrest anymore. It's killing me. 4-hour armrest lean. These guys need a couple branches, or leaves I should say. couple more over on this end. I just felt like the paint wasn't going on thick enough. And this highlight is actually helping me to like connect the treetops a little better here, which I think was also the problem that my eye was picking up on. But on that note, my paint has dried and we have reached the 4-hour mark. 4 hours and 7 minutes. And we got a lot done. The whole mid-ground pretty much. The mountains, first hill. Next episode, gonna be the river and the landmass that's gonna cut it off here. And I'm not exactly sure how that's gonna look yet. I gotta think about that a little bit longer. But yeah. Again, thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. I don't know who's still here, but Michael, Steph, Mariah, Meme, Jason, Jacob, everyone that hopped in today, I really appreciate it. All the kind words and everything and feedback, and it really, really helps make this easier to create too, getting the feedback. So, y'all enjoy the rest of your Monday night. I will see you tomorrow at 5 o'clock Central Time. And, yeah, see you later.